There we go. Alrighty. Hello everyone, and welcome to what is probably going to be the finale of the first game. This stream might be very short, because, I don't know how much left of the game there is. But, we'll see. I kind of just want to start now because I wasn't entirely sure if I was going to stream today, but I figured, well, there's not too much left, so it might be a shorter stream, so why not? But anyways, let's get into it. I didn't realize that we'd have to do investigation. Maybe I should have realized that.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Drake Dark convicted so bad. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What?
He tried to kill you! Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So you were the bait? Why Why use a kid as bait?
Yes, I was a witness in a Joe Dark trial.
Didn't see that one coming.
I wired him just now. Mixed in a lot, too.
Mixed in what?
My very own scientific additive. Well, Charlie, do you like it?
I told you, he's turning yellow. Let's suck it up. Strange looks. Let's just get to it.
What? It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she'd finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck. And the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. When I saw them burn it, a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture.
I don't remember a moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Well, the fact is, we know, well, it sounds like it was confirmed that Joe Dark was a serial killer, so... In the end, yes, it's terrible to have used forged evidence, but at the same time... you did get a serial killer off the streets. I can't exactly... I mean, yes, it's probably bad, and they probably, like, laws and all that probably has to be fired, but at the same time, I don't think anyone can say they blame them if it's known for a fact who the killer is and they just needed evidence.
Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Anfred von Karma, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy the stream.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Was this a permanent picture? What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. She's been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Yeah.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I wanted to become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Yeah. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department.
Yeah, this is starting to connect someone to it now.
He tried to run away halfway through the interview, and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago. Lana was a detective.
Huh?
She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. So how many detectives does that make in that one case, looking back at this? How many detectives do we have? Just how many do we have? That means that Lana, Bruce, Jake, and Angel, 4 people were all detectives in that case. I better have another talk with her. Well, let's get a move on. February 24th, detention center, visitors room. Hi there.
Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much.
The main thing that that I feel like needs to be found is the missing piece of the jar.
I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
You know, I just thought about it. There's a reason why she's keeping it, and it's because of Emma. If I remember who the criminal is in this case is correctly, then I think I know why she's not speaking. It's because basically Emma's safety is on the line, I'm assuming. She says anything, Emma probably gets put in danger, I'm assuming.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief at the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really does idolize her big sister. And now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Yep. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Doc.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We had a team of the best detectives on the force.
Angel, Neil, yeah.
Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He's quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Doc was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Doc that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Doc must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana.
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark.
I don't know why I keep saying Drake.
When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, and the suspect, Joe Dark.
I don't know why I froze up there. Ugh.
During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. Yeah.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with the memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gantz and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies it by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, let's take a look. I can't imagine he's gonna be too happy about that, though. No one's here today. Not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Is there anything changed? It doesn't look like it. Alright, Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting the falsifying evidence 2 years ago?
I guess we'll just have to come back later. How do I get to the... Oh, it's probably at the police department, ain't it? Oh. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should know my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me, either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, outright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Let me guess, where's the end bit? Because it looks like it's, like, broken at the tip.
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound that the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife is not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
The facts have been concealed with forged evidence.
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. That just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
This case just gets weirder and weirder. Everything is basically it's almost a carbon copy in terms of, like, certain circumstances. Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in the investigation, save one, was taken care of.
Save one.
The star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now you mention it. Now you mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
What a secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get the verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant.
It does seem like Gant's trying to pin everything on a lot of other people. Anytime someone says it's his mistake, he points out something that just barely manages to convince others that it's someone else's mistake.
Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Well, from here, I guess in here. This place is pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, right. You can't go on there, there's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? It says the chief office.
We were just told we can't, but okay. Oh boy. I see you make your theme. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bot. I thought I was a genius at... Why did it scare? I never could remember what C was. Where C was.
Oh, it's you too.
Chief Cat. Put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
What is it with you and swimming?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statements.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean the forged evidence.
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on that wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Hey! The vase! Or the jar. So that's what it looks like in its full condition. Is there anything... I mean, obviously it's not bloodied in there, unless it's bloodied and it's turned. But yeah, that's the same jar it looks like. Handles look the same. Anything else out of the ordinary that I can spot? I'd have to look down.
We took a commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Yeah, I can put my finger on it. I already did. Hello?
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the Chief's office. Ah!
Hey, pal.
Dr. Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in the meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Dr. Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Hey, say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at that file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl?
Me.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon.
Wait, hold on. Do we know how... Hold on, let me look back at this. Not that. This. Serial murder death. How did he kill his victims, may I ask?
Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in there, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory.
First,
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He's just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day, his way home was from work. On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
His car? So it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed that man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Kid walked by there just then and so he killed him too. Then he was burying the body, so a jar came upon the scene. He killed him as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall.
That doesn't sit right. It seems as though he didn't even... He turned himself in. So by turning himself in, he clearly felt like... he clearly felt like guilty of something. So why would he just go ahead and murder another person right after? I mean, sure, you could say it's panic, but I don't think that's the case. Besides, we don't have official confirmation. Like, there's no one who can 100% say for certain this is, Dark.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed.
The last witness. AKA Emma. Let me see if this works.
About that jar. I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Somewhere?
Maybe it's one of those memories these people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about me makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Oh. Chief Camp.
Where could I have seen this before?
Interesting. How about this then? Now!
I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, serial killer was on the loose.
Alana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Anything about this? Nope. How about this?
Oh, lost time report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You know what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am master of misplacement, you know.
Master, that's such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, things are meant to be lost and you're meant to lose them. There's our power work here.
Wow, higher power.
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed that night, it's been locked away in the locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. Hold on. When was it? It was found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that criminal piece of evidence was. When you showed me the knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
Neil?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report, stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. In the back? Wait, hold on. Oh, broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonging to the murderer, Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Kent.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
Wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind.
This? Somewhere, previous lies, easy. Nope. Let me check this. Name of deceased, Neil Marshall, 27, male. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30. Single stab wound piercing heart/lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Found, weapon found in wound. Was missing tip. Nope.
That's it. That's the King Prosecutor's award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Are you at the rewards summary? Wait, did I already read this? Yeah, I think I already did. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Yep, you already said that. Found the car. Yeah, I said this before. Oh.
That's the ID card, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. 4:20 p.m. The victim, Dick Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number.
7777.
That's 17 too many, Detective. Executive officer. I might just have a hunch. This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you could say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if you hadn't guarded so well.
I have to make it right, though. Thanks to Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Oh, dang, I forgot. Said I have to show him something.
This is the ID card that belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything he says with a card and see your number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forgot my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me, after all. What could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation. Nope. Ah, shoot. Did I ever show you this? I think I did. Combine it. Yeah, you already said this, I think. Nope.
Can't believe Officer Marshall would do that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective?
Handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints.
Shh. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you?
If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. It's probably not wrong, either. Well, I don't think there's anything I can show just yet that... Let's try going to... Nope. Is Edgeworth yet out of the, Aha! Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in the court, huh? I've had to live with the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth to you. Always trying to hide his feelings. So, what do you want? Like some people, I don't have all day. Well, I want to first see. What is this? I wonder what he's writing for.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, let me first see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. You didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked has been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. Wonder if I can use it for anything. Yeah, I got an idea. Oh! Excuse me? Oh, hi. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? The star. Guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Please don't put that... He already did it, so...
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something?
You know, that little scene I happened to witness.
The incident Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
The star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I ever was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Gant.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you didn't have any proof you didn't have proof that anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana was always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used.
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to track evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled.
Incredible evidence?
You mean... Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about the forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. A star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief, God's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office.
Yep. And if I'm right, then that gives... that means the reason why, Lana would be so willing to, help Gantz and take a murder... like, basically act out a murder... is because, probably involves Emma. Emma's also tied to that case, so... that'd be just another loose end, really.
That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
At last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out better than... I hope you turn out to be better than a chef I've been.
Alright, Gumshoe. He's gone. Oh, I probably actually have to finish talking to Edgeworth, don't I? I didn't really actually talk to him, did I? Wait, where am I going? Underground parking lot. Not that. Here. Hi. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, didn't you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. Finished up the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Kent asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you come back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
Story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Contradiction? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard of this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very deceptive. But then again, You've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to the conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as that.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gaunt. 2 years ago, he had to help it. I have a bad feeling I know what happened. Chief Gaunt. I have a bad feeling I know what happened. Is he back yet? Gumshoe, I mean. Yay! Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. Turn to a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
Gotta make a persistency, but my answer's still no. No letting you in chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Well, there is. Well, bad news, boyo.
What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We betrayed him.
Detective...
That's it. I've made up my mind.
What?
Here, take my ID card.
You can't do that. If someone found out, they won't let you out off the hook without another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID. Let's get in there.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
We're in. If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Ah. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Detective Gumshoe!
What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Gumshoe's ID, he crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
They don't do that in my card.
Actually, now we can actually say that it was lost.
Hardly get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Now if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find here.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Wrong button.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gaunt's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you too.
Chief Gaunt. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at that case name.
Huh?
SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on a second. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what that...
No, about the evidence list.
Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
Half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. It was ripped in half. So what pieces of evidence do we have here? Oh! What the heck? I don't know what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out, but... Can't make it out. Better keep quiet about it now.
Huh?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
Better not forget about this picture. I think I know what that picture is, but why is it here?
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gad's desk.
We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What this list be doing here? We better look into this a little more. We better look a little more into this list. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, and now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay, child.
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here?
At first, Chief wanted us to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
Instead, he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's not a huge window. This is safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is right with intrigue.
Okay, you say so.
looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
7-digit number. Wait a minute.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I'm gonna try something. Ha! That'll be. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day.
You mean... Sevens is... that ID number?
I think you're the 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
I'll take a look.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a...
Huh. I'll be.
Shard from Broken Cob.
This all looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
Oh. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. There's a handprint. This is a
handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wear a shirt like that once. You think Chief Gant made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, I just saw it.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe.
Apparently so. It's empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup.
It looked like a piece of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove the relevancy of it. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, There's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Well, I already know one thing to show. First of all, the jar. Says Gumshoe, could you take another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put us back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had a SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me take that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
That's right. Here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Bingo. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar inside his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey guys, hello to this.
what is it?
This piece of evidence you just attached. It's different from the others.
Oh!
There's a fresh line on it.
A red slime. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide something like this in his safe?
I wonder.
Feel a lot better now that this jar's complete.
That's only raised another question. What was a piece of it doing in Chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial might just hinge on this.
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the Chief has is different, though. The blood stains are on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line.
That is odd. Why is it just a line? You know? Why is... hold on. Is that supposed to be like that? The handle's missing on this one. Like, it looks like there's, like... Like, doesn't it look like this should match these two? I don't know. By the way, Detective Gumshoe, you know what this stuff is? I'd like to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints?
It's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go down. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't time for jokes. I'm talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
That's right. Let's check for prints.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told this a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh. Ah, we got something. Gave my best shot. It's kind of good. This kind of result won't match and make good prints, but it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result. Let's try a different finger, okay. This one looks very clear to me. It's nice to have the keyboard working. I don't know why it wasn't working before. This one is a really good print, looks like. This is... Emma's. Emma, why is... Wait a minute. Oh. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing on that chief safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here. Maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints.
This is a handprint, right?
Yeah, similar pine and oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, it must have been a really oily hand.
That's right, think about it scientifically. Huh? More likely the explanation is, a person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand.
Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. Let's see what's so scientific about it, though.
Happens, you know, I always slip on floors at school when they're waxed.
I want to try, let's see. I imagine there's gotta be blood in here. Aha! There is blood in here.
Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood.
Is this from that incident?
It must be when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years passed, so the reaction's kinda dull.
So murder really did take place here. Okay. Am I in Oregon at all? Anything? I'm not getting anything. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on a day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. It's entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. Wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Well, let's try it.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
And after receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Aw. This was Lana's desk. Sure was tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. It's like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in her memory of their partnership. It was stuff legends were made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we are playing it from the criminal affairs department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When the detective screws up, Chief calls him to his office. Makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point.
Look at that giant window. It's going to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
Hey, what am I doing?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, it wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
Someone tells you don't worry about it. It's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let go of that.
Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best that I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignore me again. Well, is that any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Oh, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. He would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir. Now get out. Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like to word with you.
Sir, I'm not licensed like...
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never said it.
I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about that all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day of court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is who's lurking behind your words. You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you were convinced of you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you into silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly frightened of. What's this person's name? Well, Miss Guy? Wait, what?
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth were brought up before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gaunt.
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gaunt.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gaunt, you'll need more than just words.
Show me proof that Chief Gaunt falsifies evidence in that case. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. That's not what I presented. Oh, I presented neither of those. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gaunt himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touche, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
And murder Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, it was that knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be the Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him.
That explains something to me then. That explains the discrepancy between the size of the wound. If we look at Goodman's report, it says it was a 4.5-inch knife. But they mentioned, I don't think it's mentioned anymore, but Edgeworth's knife was 4 inches. But this one more accurately fits that bill.
That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. Seems that I got blood in the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in him.
The star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I don't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
Bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
Lana, you've earned my respect.
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow's trial.
There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. I think now it's time for the final section of the first game. Hopefully, or else I'm just going to be looking like a fool for the next 4 hours. As if I don't look like a fool. Final day, I'm not going to look any more foolish, even though I'm full of fools. This is a defendant lobby, alright? There's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma? For that matter, it almost seems as if
something's been happening behind the scenes.
Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the of the 77's ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say that as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Ah!
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Yuji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning in officers and my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can stop that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that's to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
Lana!
You can't! Your Honor, the defense claim does not change the defense's plate. In that case, Miss Wright, I no longer require your service.
Alana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it's sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright feels otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty with beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gunt.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue... I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, Chief Gant. Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dock and the Joe Dock killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Huh. In the chest. In the chest, in the chest, in the chest. But he wasn't. He didn't die in the chest. He died in the back.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin this cross-examination.
Might as well press on it for time's sake. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play that day too.
Police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Mama promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. They were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened, but...
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told Detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. I don't think we need to hear more on that, honestly. But, for time's sake, let's do it. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Where is this picture, actually? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we add this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, there's two contradictions now in this statement. I guess I'll start with the one we just created. Seems to have been lost. Actually, it has not. Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for this SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. What's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling in here.
What's this meaning of this? Why are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Miss Edgeworth, that the evidence list you handed 2 years ago was incomplete.
These two lists fit together to form one.
You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
Order, order. Well, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor?
Are you right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Miss Edgeworth.
It's possible there's something wrong. Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list.
It's that thing. Why is he here?
That's... that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Ay. Oh, well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Emma's picture. May I take a look at that picture real quick?
This is a picture I drew from 2 years ago.
Stop. Let me take a look at that. You know...
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think such a flash of lightning could birth such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark was about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 more days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later. Memory should still be fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of this situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulate her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, he might find a way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something about that's bothering you about this picture?
Well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, yet there's clearly a contradiction here.
I'm gonna try something. Bingo. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What was the story to contradict the autopsy report?
What? The knife? While he's here, of course, take a look at the knife the man is holding. Look closely, you can see the tip of it is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. What murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was a murderer.
I'm afraid it's not that so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of it?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What was that?
The tip of this knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Well, not so fast, Mr. Edwards. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh.
Order. 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 Are you saying the investigation was really corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being true broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Well, yes and no. There is another item that is broken, but I don't think I would classify... Oh. Wait a minute. Never mind. There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright?
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. If anything's broken, hey, it's you. Huh? What? How far back is this?
let me try something. Broken eyes don't just grow on trees. There's no way there was another one. Oh, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I believe the witness must be mistaken.
I knew it. You really don't believe me.
Flash of lightning burned an unforgettable image in her mind. That's one thing that's been torturing her ever since. There's no way Emma could be mistaken. Oh! The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor marshal is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award was the murder weapon, then the murder weapon and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
Well, the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems that Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait. I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? One with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we add this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Guy?
Yes, Your Honor.
First a knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Emma's recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was a flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. Wasn't in the room, but I sure saw Sao.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the court then...
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana?
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. A certain someone. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So the new...
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. Well, that's as we just theorized. Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've gotta help that other person.
What do you mean you think?
Hey, it all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it was all kind of a blur.
This guy was almost killed before she was witness to the murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
Well, what you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just in this year. Blue Badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us. When in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, just tell us what this shadow really is. Who is this Blue Badger? I think I have an idea. I think I have a very good idea. I just might know. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, and she's certain she saw his shadow. Sorry about that noise. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Mr. Wright? What is it
That the witness saw in the instant. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
Well, that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our point of view?
Our viewpoints?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. Wouldn't it be this? This isn't right. Wait, did they actually make it so you can't lose health here? That's cool if they do, because they realize... Oh, great. Okay, they knew. Hold on. Alright, sorry, I was looking at some. What's the correct way to look at it? This? I don't want to listen to the creepy music anymore. This isn't right.
Uh-huh. Is that right? How is this? What is the angle? I would have thought it'd been this. Oh, game. They knew that people would get stuck on this because I swear the Blue Badger theme is going to actually make me lose it. Da 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 Bruh. I'm almost ready to look this up. How is it not this? I am actually going to go insane from the Blue Badger theme. Da 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 dun. If I don't get it within like 10 more tries, I'm looking it up because I'm getting angry. What does this mean? How is that not right? That's it, what? How did I make that sound? Nice. I'm looking it up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't, but I have to. This is actually starting to get on my nerve. What do you want from me, game? I swear to God, I thought I did it that way, though. Is it... I swear to God, I thought I did it. What? No, 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 no. What in the... Ay. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. It can't be! Order. The defense has proven its claim. This mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on this day as a crime was actually this... Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the Badger thing was actually just a jaw. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different what's different now that we know that Witness Saul's jaw? be the location? At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At the very specific angle, might I add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day's crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified as so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there was a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Ow. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was a witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark married to Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who submitted forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Miss Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive proof that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you didn't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify, as it's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life.
in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Gotta think back to the court record. Does a message exist? Does that exist? Well... I can try it. Real murder's name that the victim may have left behind. Sorry, in position. Mr. Wright, will you please stop at nothing prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright.
Would it have been...
Right.
Ow.
It never happened.
The truth. Is there something that proves that there was a message left behind? What would it be? Ah, don't save on top of that, just in case. Truth. No matter how painful it may be. Would it be...
That is the blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could... I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten about... This is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once a line. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these dots, and the victim's message will become apparent. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains reveal something to us. Gotta connect these dots to make a letter. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
See, Worthy, I can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gaunt.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Don't you know, we aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-ups up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on, prosecutor? Order.
Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial's headed, no one knows.
I once again thought this would be quick.
I am once again proven that this was not quick. Is this the final part? Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Oh, we're not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Sector Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And so I'm off to call me here. I've seen you have your people at funerals.
Have we been here before? I think Alana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so.
You at least study some evidence law, really.
Thanks, Emma.
Or Lana.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
Message?
She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. It must be relevant. Okay. Got it.
All that's left now is Chief Prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Sky's found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. Now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
Let's do it. Courts will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Miss Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor?
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for your news, Your Honor.
Yes, well... normally, this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but, this isn't easy to say, but you see, there is some concern that you of Miss Edgeworth may have,
Struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witness?
I didn't say that. It's just, see, everyone's been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
Solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call for all further witnesses.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I hadn't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
It's settled. The defense may now call for the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Okay.
Defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Get out here, Damon. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Llama's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse testimony.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him on that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him. He was lying on... He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything's been pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Gotta get what I can and see what else I can do. Express. As I recall, the ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc, made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana Sky,
Also present in the room. I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when it was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on this floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body because the victim's body had already been moved. So that means when you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances are. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness isn't going to do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better stop staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talker. What should be the evidence that ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to that incident. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forge. How can I prove that you're lying here? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in an illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, he's a defense attorney who made and worthy rival Worthy. So you admit it then? That you were involved in a forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have to have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys cannot do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further will end up paying to work? Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your safe. And the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. I think Lana's about to save us here. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. He's gonna talk about how the evidence is illegal. STT Fangirl, hi, how's it going? And welcome to the stream. Just currently going through this right now. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging a crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. No, indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Uji. In return, though, I know, a place, right?
Huh? Are these guys telepathic?
Gant's beard looks like a seashell. Looks like it was cut by a cupcake writer in the edges.
I can actually see what you're talking about. It does, especially like the middle piece, yeah. Huh. Huh. I always just notice the lightning bolt hair that he pulls on all the time. Alright, let's see. I'd appreciate if you stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You would have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you'll only use later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would have proved his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. I get the feeling I know where. Let me look back at that book, though. Check. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department, or unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Okay. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. Well, suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Sunglasses wearing too. They look like Malibu Barbie hopping glasses. They don't match anything he's wearing. I gotta look at this again. Hold on. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene is forgery, how did I not notice how his I didn't even notice his glasses were pink for some reason. Huh. How did I not ever, like, point that out? Or notice that? It looks so out of place now that I've noticed it. Huh. It's weird.
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Oh, wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they might be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, how do you see?
Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What's this benefit?
That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to chief. That in and of itself is a sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes,
He was going to be made chief anyway.
be careful when pointing the finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Uchi, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
Sorry, I was looking at something. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Nothing in it for you. Well, I mean... Still gonna press. Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly.
Don't know why that was not permitted. Weird. I don't know why he's that.
That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Very tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? What would he have to gain? What would he have to gain?
Hold on a second.
True, you might not help anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then.
Who is this person you believe Chief Grant may have helped forge evidence?
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for the Chief Gods, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance,
He plays with puppets.
oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding.
Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this?
That I controlled Lana?
For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about
The murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Judge so dense, I swear. At least leads to moments. But yeah. Worthy, you better watch your tongue.
I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover for his involvement.
What? Order. Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's... impossible.
Well, Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier-to-understand language. Yeah, I was obviously threatening Edwards now. I was noticing this. Well, maybe everyone... I don't know. Maybe everyone's just afraid to take on the police chief. That's what I'm going to go with. That's what I'm assuming. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
Right then.
Okay, here's... shows the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Ties... would it be the screwdriver? The thing I'm thinking about with the screwdriver is that it's what caused Edgeworth... like... Edgeworth was asked by Gant to grab this for some reason. Edgeworth doesn't know why. I'm gonna try it. It's the only thing I haven't used yet, so...
Well, Chief, as long as Wright out here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance, mind if I toss something to Uji? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. Boys were quite a joker, weren't you? Oops. What's that guy wrong? Don't lose me. Maybe this will boot me. Ah!
I know it's hard with all that's going on during this trial. But try and think back what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Something that proves Gant entered the room. Oh! Wait. Oh! Yeah! Let's see.
I forgot about that. The ID card? Yeah, I think it might be the ID card. That's right. Yep, forgot about that.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order, order!
Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room. On the day of the crime?
What about it?
I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone. As I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean?
This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence.
Shows proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Wouldn't it be that Goodman know, I think? Oh, on that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant. Sorry to interrupt your mumblings, but the call's waiting. Hey, I'm a save. Oops.
Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination.
You did see Detective Goodman that day, yeah. You went to see him. Nope. I don't want to lose any more health. What did I just show? I showed the jar. Oh. Oh, yeah, you're right. Detective Goodman lost his ID card. Yeah, you're right, it is the lost ID card. I forgot. I didn't even think about that, 'cause as it specifically says, it's only a... Yeah, thank you for that. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Can't speak.
And yet you're in possession of the reports.
Which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes, now that you mention it, Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No!
Chief God,
You didn't.
the murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did you manage to move it there? Okay, now I see what's going on here.
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gantz, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. Alright. Pretty sure I know what this is. There's only one thing that I can think of. Mr. Wright, show us evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used the jar. Well?
I see. Maybe I'll use this later to move your dead body, Mr. Wright.
What? I thought it was a jar. I thought you put the body in the jar. Wait a minute. This is how you move Detective Goodman's body. I should have realized it when he said useless item and just taking up space. It's literally been there just the entire time, sitting there.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth? Think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here?
It's here because...
I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less.
He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Ah. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Mr. Edgeworth unknowingly had a body in his car, apparently.
It was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away.
It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't even finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away. Don't make me laugh, Willie. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say again, Mr. Wright, Damon Gand is the current chief of police.
why is Edgeworth defending in a case that he's involved in? I feel like that's not supposed to happen unless he's defending himself. I think they explained it earlier, but I can't fully remember the explanation. They may not have explained it, but I'm not sure. I can't remember fully. Also, I guess at this point, how many prosecutors have been, like, charged some? There's Von Karma from the last case. Edgeworth, Guy is the prosecutor of this case. At this point, they may not even have prosecutors.
This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Do I have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. That's just a plate. Do I have any concrete proof? I do? I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
And please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I don't even know if there is evidence. Shoot. It better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'll let you be the judge. I'm out of here! Shavadal. Supposed to pick you don't have evidence? They have done that sometimes. I just get so paranoid when they do it or not. Take this. I am the judge. And I have time travel powers. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of. No, Your Honor, I present At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Huji. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
Ah!
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Miss Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Huji, I'll leave the rest to you.
Ow!
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her.
Miss Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth, and our witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Khan has invoked his right to have refused to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all our questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. I think I know exactly who it is, but at this point I'm so paranoid about getting further attacked. She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. The defense calls forth Lana!
Defendant? Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Miss Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will not take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Hold on. Chief Khan, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty and for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you never suppose such outrageous claims anyway. Right. Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
This ain't good. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
No, Chief. It's something else, eh, pals?
Dr. Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Nah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. And I'll take the place of that top-knot girl who you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Khan's done it again. How's he always getting the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, this is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
What are these risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh. I couldn't have gotten the option to say Lana on our own without Edgeworth? Not entirely sure. But Edgeworth's always gotta have his opinion in, I guess. Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I know what Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man.
Poor Gumshoe. Yeah. Gumshoe just gets the bad end of everything, really.
And she did it all just to protect me?
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up but deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief had told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. STD Fangirl, thank you so much for the follow.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Very well. No, we're continuing this right now. I'm sure there's not too much left anyways. I mean, this case is probably around like 10 hours long if you go through all the dialogue, or... Well... Actually... I forgot yesterday. Hell yeah, F-Site. Yeah, sometimes the world can be...
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
She's going to lie a lot to protect Emma, I assume. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what's required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant's in the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Why do you keep saying wrong? Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Alana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep and down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin this cross-examination.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Let's start off with a bit. He's like, obviously died now. Yeah! It does make me wonder how, I wonder how, like, in actual courts, how often, like, lying actually happens. Like, well, actually, I shouldn't ask that. I should already know the answer to that, actually. Never mind. Maybe I put a bit too much faith in people at times. Or things. Anyways. How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And...
You do sort of help your sister.
Joe Doc was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep.
Need some security footage, yeah? That would be the easiest thing. Unfortunately, they ain't giving it to me. That, or if there is any, Gant probably would have destroyed it long ago.
That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana...
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
Wait. Huh? The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the... What? That doesn't work, though. Does it say if there was a knife stuck, like, still in his... single stab wound, piercing heart, yada yada. The way we have things out right now is that Emma pushed Neil on accident into the armor, but now there's suddenly a knife in his back. Why is that? What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. Okay, thank you. You're actually...
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc?
Something like that.
If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Puncher would have entered twice, would have showed up after the body was examined, sword is much bigger. Yeah, that is all very true. I didn't even yeah. A stab. I broke off a tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound. Hold on. Was there... A nice... Okay, a knife tip wasn't a wound. Let me just start by pressing this. Let's just see what this did. You planted it... I didn't click that. Why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know it, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I'll ask for the sake of the others. Why'd you plant the knife? Why'd you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
So that's the witness testimony. Reason this guy fabricated the evidence. Okay.
I knew if the weapon was found buried in his body. Wait a minute. Maybe this is a stretch, but I want to check something. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department, and unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Nope, that wasn't it. No! 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 Let's just try pressing it right now. Actually, well, yeah, I'll try pressing this right now. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was a murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving at that might point the blame away from Doc. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Doc for what he did.
If I press this again, I think it allows you to swap? Why'd you move the body? What's the other piece of testimony?
So where you deduced it was, by Chief Gun's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Reason yeah, let's see. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Huh? What do you mean? Pieces of the jar, you mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Aunt Doc committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Doc was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during the struggle.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently this jar was shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. I had committed this fabrication completely alone.
Pieces of the jar were shattered during the events Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Hold on. Pieces of jar that shattered my plan. Pieces of the jar. Nope. Ah! Also, when did I get full health back? It probably was when it did the to be continued. But for some reason I thought it didn't do that. Hold on, let me just see what this is real quick. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Miss Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to rest the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. My sister's lying.
It's like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I got want to talk more. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events and threatened my plan. Wait. But... Wait, no, I hit the wrong button. Dang it, I hit the wrong button. Would it happen to be... No, dang it. It has to be the statement because they say it themselves, but... How am I missing this? What is... I hit the wrong button again. Bruh. Huh. Pieces of the jar that shattered. Check this real. Oh, I don't want to watch the whole thing. Pieces of jar then shattered during the events during my plan. It threatened your plan. Why would it threaten your plan? It threatened it because... Or how would it... No, not how, why would it, but... No. I don't like doing this, but... Why can't I remember? Nope. Let me look at something one more time. Maybe I need to check something. Press... What is it that you say at the end regarding putting the contradiction? What you say is... Jar was shot. Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there was more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Wait! How'd you write on it then? How'd this get written on if it was broken? Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victims to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems that you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood.
I merely noticed some blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I made sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Darkwood was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You're an ace detective who never missed a detail.
Do you really expect us to believe? What about the piece? That was exactly what I was thinking. But I don't exactly know how I can show that because the whole thing's together now. I was actually exactly thinking about that.
You didn't investigate what was written on the jaw pieces. Normally I would have.
It's dark.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I'd known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you do that for me?
Seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
Is there a way I can show that all of them... Oh, no, it says it here. I'm gonna save just to be safe, but... Yeah, about that. I got a problem with that. Final piece was in a safe. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth that even you are unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gon's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered up every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gunn got there before you did.
But you couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
There may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. You believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gantz at the time he was looking for Dark's downstairs.
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that for us?
No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
This judge needs to be tested for soundness of mind. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really got much to add to that. Yeah.
Damon Gant arrived on the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Ow! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their client. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. His cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
Yeah, here at the 200 IQ plays, yeah. Final villain's always final villains always have to be that smart.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carried it. But if it all really wasn't a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
Huh? What, to me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember seeing a pic... Don't tell me.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Present this picture.
Are you talking about what I think you're talking about?
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting some from her then.
Let's check that evidence again.
Oh. Huh. I'll be.
Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is an actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Well, this picture.
Mr. Wright,
piece cut out from the vest. Could that be...
Aha! Oh. Wait. I have a lot of mixed feelings here. The cloth we found inside Chief Gun's safe. But that, what's this?
It's handprint, isn't it?
Yeah, the problem is who's it belong to.
It had fingerprints on it. Fingerprints, those are must be the real murderer.
What? Those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Why was it cut before he was stabbed? Oh. Wait. I don't know. So long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flush out the real murder. Very well. Vance may now begin his cross-examination. Come now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gans. What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify? That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Didn't have blood splatters on it, did it? It doesn't. Yeah. You already said that before. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Oh, come on. You know, he's an electric Pokemon. Yeah, that's what it kind of makes me think of. Yeah, but he's not very good at controlling it, it doesn't seem. You still have some conclusive evidence. No, I don't, but someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Ms. Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright. I have to show it, I'm pretty sure. But there's gotta be a reason why it's incorrect. Just what, though? It's just a game over like that bit. Not sure. It's possible, but... Anything, or you will be either one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think just carefully. Can't afford to make my own decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? Technically speaking, I think I should, because then we can just talk about how it's wrong, I think. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
Alright, time finally come show him. Prince gotta be chiefs.
Who murdered... Oh boy, here we go. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this?
There's a big handprint on it. Sure, it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Guy's. Miss Emma Guy's.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over.
You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. Oh. It appears we have our killer. No. No. In the end, Lana alone was found wait.
Oh, that's game over. Never mind. I didn't realize... Well, okay. Well, at the very least, I got to see what game? You don't have to close on me. Gee. At the very least, should have saved him that decision. Luckily I did. Apparently. I cannot. I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie. Chief Gant? You...
Ha! How interesting. So, you admit that it was inside your safe. Very fascinating.
A conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right. Why don't you show them? Found together.
Oh, I see now. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See that victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use that situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisting this guy. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all those pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
Wait for him, Mr. Wright.
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. Yeah, you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. No, it's too late to show evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints.
Right, think hard over the circumstances.
Circumstances?
I'm talking about then and now. There's one major bit difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So...
Ow. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, hold on. You've made up this fingerprint stuff. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present. Let's see this conclusive evidence. Who's the first one to the scene of the crime? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must be a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean...
It cannot have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're slow on the uptick as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would he that be? You mean you already know?
You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints must belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Who's more evil, Gant or Von Karma? Both are pretty evil in equal respects, but if you want to talk about, like, length, probably Von Karma. Technically speaking, he's probably gotten more people thrown into, like, convicted of crimes they never committed, and B, Edgeworth, like, 15 years of trauma. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
Emma Skye.
What? They're mine.
I'm sorry, Emma.
Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye.
You knew his fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
Huh?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Huh. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that,
There's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. Piece of cloth proves the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about one contradiction, that one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Your tyrannical reign ends here. The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Wouldn't it be the time of death?
What exactly is this supposed to be?
Take it. This is a picture of Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
Yeah, Von Karma did mentor Edgeworth all those years and still wanted it. Yeah, again, I think they're both equally evil, but at the same time, if you want to talk about length, then Von Karma, I'd say, beats out Gantz, probably. Oh yeah, you did notice the whole blood thing as well. Nice.
There's no blood on it.
Ugh. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor's side. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No. This is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground when he was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally over. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refuse his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Oh. I got something.
What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, OG. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. Vince did refuse to present evidence.
At that time, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could pest me in court? It looks like the last laughs on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gunn's claim is legally correct. Well, Miss Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, about that. A lot of evidence presented could be illegal, not gonna lie. I mean, I'm pretty sure, remembering back to the second game of this case, I'm pretty sure we brought in a wiretap that literally was illegal to bring in. So at this point, anything's fair game. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? You purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth. Sure. When I say that, all my plan would have been for nothing. You did steal the course. Yeah. I admit I refused to represent it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let's settle this once for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Well, let's just take a look at the law book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was this picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. We have never followed procedures for evidence. We just take them out of Wright's pockets and trust it's true. Yeah. Hey, it leads to interesting stories, so I'm cool with it, but... I am very concerned about how no one has, how we've been getting away with it. Or I know, you know, the rest of the games, you just get to go away with it. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be.
Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the apartments, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but
I never thought he'd bring up SL9.
that's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible for you to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who I'd stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
And you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Edgeworth demands payment for his broken trunk lock. Honestly, I kind of don't blame him.
Well, look like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, David Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone.
Who's dating the judge? I wouldn't be surprised.
Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning.
You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gent help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia had thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright's victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job. Glad I'm as innocent again. Clients always gotta be innocent. Right? Yeah, let's go with right.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial's gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Not guilty!
Edris embarrassed. Edris doesn't know how to show his emotions, which is fair.
Yay!
At long last, it's finally over.
What? Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't completely get completely off the hook. At least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after his trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You have the worst timing, detective.
Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You
I was fully ready to say, you got a lot of nerve, pal.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all day? While on duty? And solve it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, line up, Kyles. I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. That game's there because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Hey! Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Fair enough.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. Sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. Now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Aw. Aw. Sweet.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because instead of doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on forward to a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
He's hiding behind the couch. Where is he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. Edgeworth!
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Grant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gunt did. The thought terrifies me. It's why I can't continue on I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. Like the evidence list?
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happened by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
I better be going to. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I start on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Gumshoe. Huh? Wait, go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright's here, the one who be... I see why Edgeworth had many complaints about your salary.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I can afford with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Alright, so now it's the end of the game. Can I not skip this? Well. Gumshoes in poverty, please help him.
Oh, I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a cot. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Well, now that is completely the first game taken care of. I will be doing the other games of the trilogy, just probably not immediately because, well, I feel like that would probably be a great way to get myself bored of it, just doing it consecutively. Alex, I thought I was gone there for a moment. In the end, though, I overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show. Can't shake me off that easily. But yeah, I just don't think it'd be a good idea to immediately just marathon it. Maybe I do that for our games, but it's just with a game like this, it's just I feel like you have to take it in bursts because, you know, it's like a story game. Sometimes you gotta have a little more, like, action stuff like that. I don't know. But yeah, oh.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them no. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir, then I can just be like that dick gumshoe.
But man, I forgot how good the first game's trials are. Again, I I haven't played these games in forever. I probably played them... Oh, how long ago was it? Oh, wait. Oh gosh, it's there. Megan's so cute. Yeah. He's a cool character. I like all the character designs in the Phoenix Wright games. But again, it's going to be fun playing through the original trilogy because I've... Oh no! It's going to be interesting playing through the trilogy because, again, I've forgotten everything aside for, like, what characters look like. As for stories, I don't remember. But I'm definitely going to be doing... oh,
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch, partner? Must have managed to sneak this into me. See, in one of them gods. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Alright, cowboy. But yeah, I forgot how good the first game's trials are. I can't remember when was the time I actually played the original trilogy on my own. Oh,
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is the sweetest victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller but around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
yeah. I'm trying to remember when did I play the original trilogy? I know I played it on a 3DS, but I haven't touched 3DS in years.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he'd been doing something for how many years? Well, anyway, I got another try to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
You can move? I thought you were built into the chair. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Yeah, 3DS, that's right. I'm just trying to think when because I know that you could, like, get it on the eShop on the 3DS, I'm pretty sure. But again, I haven't touched that in years. Oh, hey, Maya.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya?
Afternoon's training's about to begin.
He's so senile. Yeah, you know what? As long as he can help us as long as he does his job, then he can be senile in court. I guess. Probably shouldn't, but at the very least, he hasn't failed us so far, really. Sure, he's gotten things a bit slow, but at the very least, Judge hasn't completely failed us. To the point of, you know, complete failure. Nope. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea.
What's going on? But yeah, I don't remember if people... I don't actually know which of the 3 games in the trilogy people even said were the best, because I remember all 3 being fantastic, but I'm excited to see what the other 2 are like when I get to them.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh. And why is that? Oh. Bellboy. Aw. Had a cute photo. Capcom. Well, Game? Okay, I was about to say, game, what are you doing? So, yeah, now it just brings us here. So, I guess that is going to be it for today. I will definitely be doing the Argent trilogy. I'm not going to jump into Justice for All just yet, but I probably do it maybe after 1 or 2 games, I'm assuming. That's when I'm going to do it. After playing a different game or 2, that's when I'll jump into Justice for All. Why can I not say that? But anyways, thank you all so much for watching and all that. I hope you all enjoyed, and yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. It's been a fantastic game, and I'm excited to see the other stories. So, until then, I guess I'll see you guys later. See ya!